Alright, so we're in creative. I'm gonna do a very quick little design here. Get a block down. Just have a block down. Have a platform. Not really. Right. So let's go with well, let's go with Atmo because Hydro will require so much wiring. Well, then we have to wire it without the benefits of Hydro. If we're going to go Hydro, we might as well just go Hydro. I mean, if it's going to go Hydro ever. Yeah, I think we should. I'm just gonna go under the assumption that it's gonna be Hydro, and if I add ammo, and if you want to make a Hydro one, then then tear it out later, and or just make a new one that's Hydro. Let's see here. Oh, I switched to streaming in 1080p across the board because mobile viewers won't notice a difference anyway, and Kick doesn't do 1440. So, and I haven't figured out in Streamlabs desktop how to, I know there's an OBS plugin for it, but Streamlabs desktop I haven't figured out how to stream to different sizes to different platforms. So, we're down to 1080p, but I think it will work better for Kick viewers. And we'll look at cool. Well, let's give it some big rear thrust, and then small everything else. you're gonna have a flat bottom. I guess I should actually set this up like that. Go one more here. And then we need some batteries, which I have not left room for really. Well, for those of you watching, this is a, we can just go like this. But we need like, yeah, I think you're right about the smalls. Maybe, oops. I don't know if do we really need 4 big ones? Probably for, it's probably enough battery power now. Let's give it a fighter cockpit. No wiring. This is not, and some gyros. There we go. I guess it needs some sort of connector. I think that can go right here. It's not going to be taking on anything, except maybe ammo. Ammo goes through small tubes. So just give it a couple of gats. Yeah, that's true. Actually, which means we can kill that, and we can bring the autocannon in through there. Yep. That is basically the whole thing. Go back from about here. No. Actually go back from here. So this is heavy. From here, then we go, oh no, we need there. Yeah, I'll have something like that. A little fighter-like, but yeah. Once I get past the front here, and we get into the guts, I'm going to go with the long, rounded stuff. But we kind of have a little bit of a limit. Right. Actually go, yeah, all the way back with this. Okay, a bit of a problem with that setup because these guys need, so we're still in heavy though. I'm not 100% sure this thing's gonna carry all of this. But actually, if we go with these, that'll be, or maybe we actually go like this, yeah. Because then you'll have different. Right. We still need our forward thrust. So then we go, and our side thrust and everything. I'm not sure just how maneuverable this thing should be. Go there. Oh, I didn't like that. Gonna have to go. There we go. Oh no, still need more. Yeah, they have to have that block between them. So that's 2. And 2 more. So that's 4 in every direction. A little worried about how much heavy I'm putting on it though. I think the heavy on the sides here let's get, oh well, I think we can fit. Oh, no, something like that. Well, here and here and here. Okay, that gives us all of our thrust, although you only have the big guy for back thrust, but that's fine. Where? Yeah, ought to be good. Oh, you know what? Either we go with a fighter style where you have to swing around and stop, or we're gonna need some forward. Yeah. Actually, our forward thrust can be, or our stopping thrust can be like right there. Yeah. That'll give us... Yeah, okay, why are you not allowed to go there? Well, okay. Yeah, that's not bad. Gonna have... Well, actually, what's the, let's see, I'm pretty sure I have built, yeah. Yep. Yeah, there you go. Three to stop. One's gonna be buried. Right, so that leaves us with a need for something to base it on. Yeah. Oh, probably gonna want an antenna. Just cause. Let's see. A beacon. Yeah. Just something to be able to see where it is if you lose it. And then is there anything else that gets thrown in here? Just trying to... there's no way with the current configuration to wire it up. And in the places where you'll use it, you won't. In the places where you'll use it, you won't, where you use an Atmo craft, you won't need O2. Yeah, but I mean, oh, in terms of being able to fill your H2 bottles? Maybe just a tank? And or I could probably slap the gen right here, but it doesn't have any input, so unless we run the input all the way back down the center. We actually have room in there too. No cargo, so we ought to have a couple of small cargos. I don't remember what that was. Well, when I need it again, I'll need it again. That should be enough cargo for a bit of ammo. And then yeah, I don't remember what was in that spot. Yeah, so, oh well. It doesn't matter. My bars are all messed up and don't have enough stuff on them. Like, really, if I really wanted to do this right, I would set myself up. I'm building a small craft. I'd go set my bar up with all the small craft stuff. But we can put the H2. Right. Okay, a gen's gonna be a little much. I think just a tank and fill it. Is that actually going to fit? Okay, yeah. Huh. Alright, I gotta figure out. Okay. Right, just like that. I'm wondering if more batteries might be a good thing. I have a little bit of room in here. Oh, there's some batteries. Or if there's anything else. But yeah, that'll work. Right. Where did I put that beacon? There it is. Might as well go right there rather than increasing usage of that space. I think that'll work. Now we just need to add more of the armor. And I'm really worried about how much heavy is being used. Half slope tip. this one is kind of in a bad spot. So we'll just have to take it out of there. But we don't want this to be too boring. So maybe we go down from here into a half. Blocks. And then go to there, and we lose that one because we can't see it. Go back to light. Alright, I would say don't get hit in the butt. Alright, yeah. So let's get some half heavy here. Although we still want it to be slopey. I think we might just have to go with like some real wonky looking stuff. We fill it back in with light armor here. And then got a heavy again for this bit, half, and then a tip. That can't be there because that needs two, but we can put something like that there. And then just a plate. Yep, and then we go there or there. Then we can get a little curvy there. and then more yeah, problem is I'm not really a big fan of mixing curves and slopes. And in Empyrean I make heavy use of this kind of setup, but there's a couple of these blocks that don't actually match. I think it's the corner. No, that's the other way. That's the one. And then the corner. And then we can go back to that. Where's that one? They're in weird order. Right, because this transitions to this. And we lose this whole setup, and we put, this is going to be a weird looking one, but half light tip, there we go. Lots of ricochet potential there. Still need to think about the underside. And still need something in the back. Like, don't get hit in the back, but at the same time, it's just gonna be kind of right. Now the back is getting all light because we've got too much too much heavy already. So again, you just don't get hit in the back. And try not to get hit on the bottom either. Like, keep your front towards enemy. Yeah, well, the sides are also protected, but let's just go kind of ricochet crazy here. actually you can get away, if I recall correctly. You can get away with covering a lot of the thing. Like you only actually need it may actually be damaging for a full block, but you can go with something like this. Well, let's actually do it with these. Yeah, actually we do it with where is it? Come on. Oh no, that's in this one? Yeah. Right there. It's that and then that. But that needs something to actually connect to. So right. And then halves. Yep, and then my this is gonna be fairly expensive, but one sec. Headphones needed plugging. Right, so that's the back. As that gives us lots of ricochet potential. We drop that to be one of those, and then we go like that, and like that. Some sort of really weird corner here. Yep. And then just a flat half bottom, but in heavy. We'll transition back up. Or actually, that's not too bad. Yeah, I wonder how she flies. We're not going forward at all. So I think maybe I'm not allowed to have those corners. Oops. Ha. That's fine. What? Why do I have no power? That's alright. But nothing's powered. Although we have 16 days. So put that out. One. Am I missing something? What am I missing? Batteries, thrusters, gyros. Two autocannons. What the heck am I missing? No thrust. Not like you're too heavy, it's not even trying to thrust. When I press forward, nothing happens. Side, up, down. It's not even like maxing out on power or anything. I'm like missing something extremely, like, extremely obvious? Am I just tired? anyway, but it needs a, it desperately needs a camera, which might get shot off right away, but until it gets shot off, it's quite, it'll be useful for scouting stuffs. Yeah, I'm not seeing anywhere that I could put them. Oh, like right here, like sides. Like that. Oh, out here. Right. But we're just not getting any thrust at all. It's not even trying. Yeah, I've been doing that. It's not... Yeah, why turns it on and off? See, there it's off, there it's on. But if I press forward, I get nothing. Like, there's no response. They're not even trying. And back and side to side, it's only 52 kg. This much thrust should push it. If I take, whoops, if I take a cockpit and I put, whoops, large grid. I take a cockpit and I put a battery on it and I put some thrust on it. It doesn't fly. Oh, I am so freaking stupid. Yeah. I know why it doesn't fly. We're building atmo thrust in space. Of course it doesn't fly. I mean, I can just take this to the server and we can print one and find out. But I need to re-blueprint it. Where's beacon? This. ship. Okay, that's that one. And right. Beacon is Scout 20K, 10K-ish. If you lose it out of 10K, then you lose it. And that's too bad for you, unless you want to go set it up differently for your particular use case. Right. Well, between the connector, which has 1100, and the cargoes, is it shift up? No. No, 11. No. Dang it. Is it Alt F10? There we go. No. I thought it was. I thought Alt F11. No, let's go Alt F10 again. What's the spawn? I can't remember what spawning is. Alt F10, Shift F10. So creative mode and then Shift F10. And then we go auto cannon magazine. Let's go 20. So 20 of them is 480. If we put them in so you can fit 5 in each of the 3 small cargoes, and you can probably fit about 30 in. You can probably fit about 30 of them in the well, how many goes in the autocannons? 3? Right. Whoops. $48 in the connector. And then that gets, and those are obviously connected because I can pull them from the connector. And then 15 in there, and you still have a bunch available to be pulled in. Automatic push pull on. Yeah, it should be fine. As far as whether or not it flies. I don't even know how to teleport to the planet. Is the thing. Cycle objects. Yeah, no idea. I don't know if I have any. Or they'll be all my stuff. Nope. Select planets. Earth-like. What is that? That's the alien planet. This is Earth-like, but I'm like seeing it from far away. Okay, so spectator mode. Okay. F8 to enter it, F6 to leave it, control space to go there. So we go F8 to enter it. Except that's not working. Is it F6 to enter it? And then roll up for speed modifier. Get there. Yeah. Yep. And then have your cat knock your joysticks off the wall. Or Alt scroll. Right. And then control space to teleport to your thing, and then F8 to leave it. No. Okay. F6 to leave it. But we're actually now far enough. I think I can probably spawn it now. And if it doesn't fly, then it doesn't fly, right? It doesn't want to be... Okay, we are at 2400, so let's... I think it might be a little heavy. It doesn't really want to stay. Oh. Okay, so if we go the 3 directions of thrust, up, front, and side, we're using 49% of the battery. And at 600 meters, it's a bit heavy. It's not going to want to remain upside down. It does fly. Doesn't like to stop. I think it's way too heavy. So at level it hovers. Yeah, it doesn't really like to stop. It has more forward than anything. Obviously, we only have 2 stopping thrusters because I took that one that was embedded out. So we could actually slap. Could actually start back here. So that's that, and then I could actually slap 2 more in like that. And just give it some light armor across the top. Maybe. See, we're all half here. So these are all, I think, half heavies, right? Yeah, these are all heavies underneath. Well, it's 4. So, whoa. I think maybe I need a different block to play with. So you need 4. So that I could do. I guess we actually need 5. Yeah, that will make connector weird, but they won't damage it. Of course, the connector's already weird, so that's not even a thing. So it ought to be able to come to a stop better. What do we have? Oh, that's right, I threw decoys in there. We have a couple more sides there with some super ugly rounded block protections on them. Yep, there you go. It goes up pretty good, but then it really doesn't like coming down. It had a lot of down thrust issues. 8 is not enough. Well, those are ups, but we can... No, we don't want them there. Nope, can't have them there. I don't even remember what blocks were here. We would probably stand to lose a lot of oh, come on, turn. There we go. Let's see, where can we go? We could maybe slap, actually, now the decoys are right next to the thrust, but at some point there's a couple extra. Okay, it comes to a stop on its own now. Without so much craziness. Although I think you're going to have to get used to flying it. That's pretty good stopping. Goes up fairly decent. It goes down fairly decent. Although you probably... Your down is going to want to be careful, and your best option is going to be maneuvering forward. Looks like you've got about a 30-minute flight time, give or take. Yeah, I think you scouting and me leaving that turret on AI might be the way to go. So I hope you like this. Alright. We'll save it again. Sure, but we also want to replace, well, we'll rename this one and replace that one. We'll save again. just to be sure. Okay, now the question is, what's the proper angle for making projecting good? This is going to be an interesting print, interesting money print. Alright, I think it's time to go to the game and just deal with it. Save. Time to go to the server. Go to our back soon screen. Try to Alright, I will do so. I'll have to go. I can do it from the server. I don't think I can do it from right here. But join world on the server. I need to get back into the ability to look at my blueprints. Alright, we're going to the server. It's time to see. It looks like my kit controls have prevented a bunch of the bots. So that's good. I haven't been inundated with bots, and I'm looking at the all chat, so rather than just the YouTube chat, because I missed a bunch from Graham yesterday. It was commenting only on on Kick, but I was only watching the YouTube chat. And if I do want to stream to Twitch at any point, their streaming requirements are that your chat has to be as equivalently monitored and watched and responded to on Twitch as anywhere else. So you can't be like, I'm only chatting on YouTube. If you stream to Twitch. But yeah. Alright, so off screen I did some things. I armor plated this thing in heavy armor, and I built this here PMW 9 autocannon turret, and I filled in everything. It's all hidden. The turret controller is up under this block, but everything is now like protected, so it shouldn't be as easy to knock me out. But I gotta take this thing to out to here. I just saw you drop in right here, I swear. Yeah. You spawned on this survival kit. Right, so we need to... Oh, I need to get my tools. Still no bottles, unfortunately, but I think we'll be able to get some bottles here soon. Right, so just maybe off the side here, I'll cut one of these panels off. Oh, well, let's go to go to F10. Phoenix Scout. Publish. No, you know what? I can just... Oh, I thought I could... Okay. Publish, yes. It's a ship. I'll publish it to Steam. And now I can... No, I don't want to delete it.
Low.
Alright. Alright. So you just gotta keep hitting...
Fuel critical.
Just gotta keep hitting the cockpit. Yeah, this will be a fine spot. And then we gotta throw a rotor on. I know I have rotors in here because I was just building with them. Or a hinge. That's not a hinge. There we go. Let's go with... No, a hinge is probably easier. I don't know why I'm doing that, because I need to do this. Small head. I just find that amusing, by the way. Add small head. For some reason, I just picture a guy with a really small head. Maybe a Talking Heads video where he's got that huge suit. So his head looks real small.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Right. Let's put this on properly. And then, oh yeah, they do. I don't think I have any connections here. Maybe on the side, but didn't get the right thing. Come on. Give me the projector. There we go. Alright. So, yaw, no. Roll. Yep. And then vertical minus vertical plus 1. There we go. Except I think I have, yeah. There we go. So then, you don't have much money yet, right? Okay, well I will print this guy. Right. Although I think we're safe. I'm pretty sure all the bad guys despawned. I didn't go check, but I'm pretty sure they all despawned. But we should be able to print the small grid now by spending lots of money. And I already spent like 3 million fixing that thing up. Which, yeah, I'm not worried. Small grid. How's it look? Are you over there? And did it print all the way, or? Okay. Weld up. Oh, I'll have to take it out and go back in. Yeah, we'll have to go out. And we'll have to weld up that. Until we can actually weld the cockpit up. Oh, I need steel plate. Which I may not have. Although I did go over to that one. That might be enough to do it. Well, I'm spending nearly 500k per click here. How much money do I even have left? I'm not even seeing my... It's spending 460. Huh. Well, it's supposed to be able to construct blocks, and I've done it before on... Okay, well, we're gonna have to build it, so we'll just have to go hop in and we'll go to our wreck that we've already taken and just start cutting stuff out of it. Right. Yeah, I think that salvage facility is safe now. And that wreck should still be there. Well, both wrecks, the base and the other wreck, they were here early. They were here when I checked in after reboot. Off stream. I came back and I took some steel plate off this one. But I think we'll do better getting parts off the other one. Actually, the other one is much more of a thing. So if we just frame up all of these, we just frame this thing up, it ought to actually... I don't know what they're taking my money from. I'm down to 9 million from 27, or from 28. Yeah, after doing lots of building. Okay, that thing, yeah, there it is. Cool. This is the thing that, I don't know what that blue one is. I think that blue one's a dead merchant. This is the one where we were refilling our bottles. Let's, spin around and just get to here. I mean, we can just build this thing. It comes down to it. So, like, we can just start cutting this thing up and acquiring parts for
Inventory full.
I think if we...
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Really could use some bottles. Check the cockpit? Of what? Oh, interesting. Alright, cool. Well, I'll take a bottle. There we go. That'll actually last me a little bit longer. Alright, merge blocks. So I wonder if we should just fully build this thing. Whoops. I swear it built the cockpit. Which is odd because the cockpit was partly built though. So I think it's just not building constructed visible blocks. I think our projected blocks, it'll only do that if I had the projector on the thing, which I should have done, but didn't. Okay, along the top here we just need to put one plate in each of these basically. It's just hard to catch the next block. Come on, there we go. I'm trying to do this from the inside out. Oh, steel plate again. That's hydro right there. Although it's not set to fill. There, now they're set to fill. Alright, let's make sure we get all the internals like wired up. Uh-oh, I might be trapped in here. Nope, okay, there we go. So we've got... There's still some stuff that we're missing, like right here. There should be something under this battery. Actually, you know what? Let's do this the right way. Show only buildable. There. Now we can go inside and see the things that are buildable. Because we're missing several internal blocks here. Like under the battery between I swear there's stuff like right there. Yeah, I knew there was.
Inventory, full.
Yeah, we're still got to get into the center here and find. Actually, let's lose some of
Inventory,
these.
full. Inventory, full. Inventory, full.
Whoops. I dropped a plate. It's somewhere in here now. There it is. Alright. What I was trying to do was get in to see the gyros down in there under this battery. What crap. Well, that sucks. I just cut the back half of what we welded up over here. Right, but there should be gyros up here. Like right behind this battery. Yeah, there they are. Why are they no longer buildable? Gotta cut this battery off, because... Yeah, now I can see them. Of course, targeting them is a different story. We'd need, if we had the twin welder, one twin welder would weld this whole thing up. Or maybe two, but let's see, if we pull, what do we got in here? No, that's hydro, so we pull one of these off.
Inventory, full.
Not that one.
Inventory, full. Inventory, full.
Yeah, if we connect to that one, we might be able to... We might be able to just... Let's see, how would we do it? So not that one. Connect to... one of these. Probably like... Let's see... piston plus... I think we're gonna need to come off this one. Right, so we go back to 9. Put a piston on here. Right, so if we pop a piston on there, and then we come out with I'm gonna need some parts. We come out with let's see, 5, right. Back to here? No, we can't go quite that far. Alright, that will get us there, but I think now we're too close. That might do it. And then we'll have to weld up the last little side bit. We're going to need all the parts, though. So I guess if you just work on filling yeah, we got to have the parts in our ship, though. I'm going to keep building this rig. Alt middle click. Except I think I just... Yeah. Huh. 1, 2. Really? 17 construction comps? I think I have them.
Fuel, low. Fuel, critical.
Alright, so if I watch yourself, welder going on. turn the welder off and see what's unwelded. Did we get everything on this side? Not quite. So it doesn't quite reach, but it almost reaches. And I don't think we're out of parts yet. I guess we're out of bulletproof glass. But we will need to find some parts. There's some glass. I'm pretty sure everything needs to be at least partly welded up.
Inventory full.
There's a whole bunch of hydrogen thrusters here facing the wrong way, as if this was like a separate module. Weird. Or maybe they're there for... So as soon as we move this piston, it's going to start welding up stuff that it can reach on the side, and we're not going to be able to move it back. So we need to make sure that all the internals and everything it can reach from this side are properly welded up before we move on. So we need all of the parts that we can get. But yeah, this ship is providing us with everything we might need. Gyros and... Right, and there's a box with ice here that we should transfer. Cool. Huh. Yeah, totally. Oh, we should recover all of those bits too. I'm pretty sure I can. After that 27 million thing I carried. Although this ship is heavier than the last ship, but it also has more thrust. Yeah. Then we're gonna... Well, I'll pay off the... Whoa, what the heck? I'll pay off the faction, and then we'll split. We'll split the remaining bits.
Inventory full.
Yeah. Yep. Hey, Solar. Yeah, there are some internal thrusters on that scout. It's 2 blocks basically
Inventory full.
for the small grid, small thrusters. You need 5 blocks total.
Inventory energy low.
What do we got? Our big, the base thing that we killed, or something. Oh, huh. I can't see where you're at, so. Oh, there you are. Oh, that's there's one more. There's 2 of them on ground up here. That's a wheel. It's rover wheel mounts. I don't know what this ship was, but it's got merge blocks all over it. It's got rover wheels on it, but they're sideways instead of
Inventory full.
they're sideways instead of forward. It looks like a ship, but it actually isn't. It's got thrusters that are pointing directly at the back of the thing with no spacing. Like right on the thing, so no idea what those thrusters are about. Oh no, they are there. This is one of the tricks. Actually, I see now that there is actually the space for it. It's the hole in the passage. You can put a passage in. So this was at least partly thrust driven.
Inventory full.
I'm just trying to get a variety of parts so that hopefully this thing prints entirely. Oops, what we got there? Gat. And a rocket turret that looks full.
Inventory full.
What else am I getting here? A gate? I guess that's more steel plate.
Inventory
Steel
full.
plate's actually kind of money too. And not money in that 90s, early 2000s way. I don't know if you remember that slang fad.
Inventory full.
Alright, let's see if this thing prints and doesn't screw up. does not like me standing on that. Okay, welder on. And it doesn't have anything else it needs to print. So now we're going to roll this this guy at zero velocity for a second, and we're going to go up to 0.1. And why are you stuck already? Oh man, that's a problem. It printed, yeah. It printed ahead of itself, and now it's stuck on this block because I'm just not quite far enough, which means I need to actually make sure that's empty. It's not empty. Let's see. Alright. Need to reconfigure this thing. Alright, we're gonna do it different. Actually, that would be fine there. We actually need, oh man. Alright. Going crazy here. Right, we go there, and then we come back. And then we come back. And then we go this way. If we can get it to connect. And then we get a T. And then we gotta go up at least one. And down at least one. Go over. And then we can stick the welder on just like that. That's about dead center. Right, so then this one we go here, and we can't stick the welder on like that. We gotta go up one more. The welder's not going to fit like that either, so that's not going to weld up anything, and that's too far. That one will weld most of it, but it might not get the top. It's not going to interfere either. So I think if we go up one more, we're going to end up with a spacing problem. We could put it at an angle, but yeah, so the spacing, that might print some of it. Let's weld this up and find out.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Well, I can actually just run that anyway. I mean, I could actually just come right out of this. What if we go up? No, that won't work. That would be too high. That might work. Can't hurt. Come on. Steel plate. I need steel plate to build welder. There we go. Alright, so let's see here.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Yep. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I want it to be in tank. All right. Pretty crazy for a thing we're gonna grind off and throw away, since I'm not flying around with this printer on the side. It'd be nice if we could have a smaller printer setup that printed this setup, so we could print our printer before we print stuff. I don't know if this top welder is actually going to weld much at all. All right, we're almost there. All right, welders are going on. I have enough hydro. Did it get stuck again? It appears to be stuck somewhere. No, it really shouldn't be stuck anywhere. I wonder if we're actually printing inside. We can actually go back and forth, so because there's none of this is being stuck, so we can just go out and hope we have enough to print it. But if we don't, we can go look. Hey, yeah. Hey, Ramboli. And y'all can sub me on Kick too. It's not printing them at all? Well, they're incomplete, but they're being started at least, right? Okay, that's fine. If it has enough to get it all started, we can go buy the rest. So let's go see what's incomplete. Are we missing grids? What are we missing? Missing motors. Okay. So we just go grab ourselves some motors. But this has... Nope, not anymore. No motors there, but that has grids. I guess 40 grids.
Inventory full.
Ouch. Yeah, it is a little foggy, huh? Oh, you died too, huh? Right, we're looking mainly for motors at this point, I think. This thing doesn't have motors. Oh, this has 20 motors. If I can get past the steel plate. Alright. And what else? Hey, lights. Lights help. There's some bulletproof glass. That small hydrogen tank doesn't have it. Oh, that's just a tank though. Well, I can buy hydrogen.
Inventory full.
I did put a bunch of stuff in one of these containers. That one. Of course, finding where I was again is always a weirdness. Huh. Yeah, just well, we can just run it through a print again. Luckily there's no there's nothing stopping us from printing multiple times. This assembler has a bit of iron in it. There we go. And all these H2 gens have ice. And again with the flying into a spot and thinking you know where you're at. One of these cargo containers has stuff, right? Because I actually was here already. When I took the place over, I had a whole bunch of stuff that I was trying to actually preserve. Oh, what are you? Oh, off the wheel. So I hacked one of these cargo containers. That's just an O2
Inventory full.
Alright. I'd like to oh, no power cells. And we're not going to get power cells. That's like as far objects used by somebody else. Yeah, so we definitely have to buy power cells. And the gyros are incomplete because I don't know why. Yeah, so let's instruct this thing to mark unfinished blocks. Where's the part that says mark key projection for the minute? There was, okay, I gotta go into the actual interface if I want to do that. For some reason it doesn't allow me to click mark up missing blocks. We got something big here that's not, it's a battery. Okay, but it looks Right. Okay, but I guess everything is everything is at least. I'm gonna leave the welders in for the moment. We're gonna fly over like this. Although this is a really bad time to fly, so maybe we wait for the weather to clear. It's only going to get worse. I was watching some stuff about the Apex Survival update. The weather's going to hurt. Huh. Well, as of tomorrow, the weather's going to hurt. I have not tried putting a camera on my crybaby. But it would be good to go take those enemy blueprints to creative and know where to shoot. Alright, well, let's roll this piston back and then turn off the welders. I don't think we're actually going to need the welders. Hopefully all of the deep internals have been printed. Yeah. I guess I could have put a printer, put a welder in right here on this block. That would have covered all of that. In fact, yep. That's that next one down. Because if that one works, then that one ought to work. Yeah, when I build like permanent welder rigs, I like to put a big flashing light somewhere nearby it that, like a red revolving light that indicates to passerby that the rig is active. Alright, well, that's basically everything printed that we can print with what we've got. This is not actually not a bad rig for something for this specific blueprint. But we need to get batteries, and we should just turn all the thrusters off for now, so we're not blowing our batteries. It looks like the weather's clearing up. I think it might be flyable now. So let's go take this thing back to product 1, thrust, jumping, steering, any offense, utility, power. There we go. If you're in that cockpit, can you name that grid? I'm sure I actually have a marker for that. I just don't have it turned on because that's probably a standard wreck. With two people in the same area, we just spawn wrecks like crazy because it's spawning a wreck for each of us on every time it decides it's time to spawn a wreck. Which is why there's wrecks within 10 kilometers, like all over the place of the main base, because they're all rolling around there at the same time. You know, that welding rig is still actually on. nowhere I can control this from. Oh, there we go. Oh. It's all me. And share with my faction. It's all shared now. But I'm in the interface so I can name it. Alright, so it's been built, but it's waiting for two things. One, for me to retract this rig. Oh, 1.1 million to complete it. Alright, now we can go out. It's currently on charge. Fully recharged in 11 minutes. But that's going to be stealing loop batteries are recharging as well, so we're rolling. Okay, I'm going to set the loop batteries to discharge, and we're going to shove them into the pH batteries, which should go back to auto inventory reactors. We've still got, you've got 18, so let's put 7 over and 1. That'll work. Let's see, you are a light armor block that could become a programmable block. So I basically have room for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 possible add-ons without putting things on the outside. Yeah. Right. Yeah, this really is a flying brick. One of the ugliest things I've probably ever built. But I'm quite happy with it because it was all about functionality. Alright, now as far as getting that thing charged, it's really, well, we do have some ice, so we could turn on, and we've got plenty of hydro, so we could turn on. I've been wanting to set up the cockpit anyway a little more. It's got 2 of them, yeah. Let's see, so if I go engine and I group them. And I think I already have... No, I don't have those engine. Alright, so then I can go power management. Right, we're down to 6 minutes, which is not bad. Oh, I did a thing with the connector, which hopefully... No, okay, they own it, but I set it to auto disconnect in 5 minutes. So that I'm sure that with a 5-minute wait, I don't have to worry. That thing is as printed as it's gonna get. So let's actually cut the welder off while we're waiting around. 7, 8, fly. That feels better. We'll slap a connector right here. That thing has some battery. Oh, right. So we'll have to just come out.
Inventory full.
What do I have that's not... Okay. So we'll come out with a... No, not a sorter. A regular old conveyor junction. Well then it's in the... Then the turret doesn't have... And the turret won't have clearance. Although in this case it'll... Hmm. Alright, so actually if we cut this connector off, this will work. Whoops, that had stuff in it. I hate that the connectors grab stuff. We blow connectors off or whatever, I don't care. I'm not gonna like armor these up. Alright, so this thing should fly. When I hop in and turn the batteries on, you can pull it around and mount it on the back. And that should be we get on that. That should no way to really tell, but I think that might not damage the ship as long as you park it front forward. Let me know when your batteries are on or when you're flight worthy and I'll cut you off the thing. Your thrusters are on, the batteries are on, and not on recharge. Okay, well here we go then. So now that has a bottom connect. The base has a bottom connector. You could totally set it down on the base and buy autocannon rounds or whatever. Alright, we can cut this whole weird thing off here and put the plate back on. Now, actually, marking those red is not a bad idea. So they're easily visible. Oh, alright. I'll be right back. All right. That was my groceries. So I had to put them away. But I'm back. What's that? Bit close. Are they actually damaging blocks? Yeah, I was just getting into the thing. I think they're just outside, but there's 3 blocks of space. So they should be okay. But you should give that thing a land and arm it up. You should land on the pad and pick up some stuff. Let's see. Can I just send you money? Well, there's your block unlocks, even though you don't need them. I don't know how to send money to people. Well, I mean, I can deposit. I'll put 2 million in the bank for you. So you can take 2 million out of the faction bank. So just go to your faction thing and see that. Player connected. Howdy. So that 2 million is Max's 2 million that I just put in the faction bank. I'm gonna go, so you should be able to just go withdraw. I'm gonna go pick up that other wreck real quick while you're messing around with that stuff. I'm not sure how I feel about the gravel reactor. I can see sifting, but that makes reactors too easy. Exactly. What we got here? That won't happen all the time. I wish you hadn't thrown it out. I needed it to make reactors in general, but it was like 48 plus whatever fits, 48 in the connector plus whatever fits in the everything else. So the only problem is you can't put things into connectors, so you got to put them in your inventory. So many little wrecks all about now.
Inventory full.
I just found a little guy. Where is what I'm actually looking for though? Is over there. Oh, and you're mobile now, so I don't even have to come back and pick you up. So Max, do you want me to split the money from these wrecks and then we each make our own contributions, or do you want me to do the 25% and then split the money between us? Oh, do you want me to split the money between us and then we each make our own faction contributions out of what we get, or do you want me to make the faction contribution and then split the money between us?
Inventory full.
That was another change I made last night when I was armoring this thing up. I put half size cargo access terminals on the underside of each of the hydrogen tanks.
Inventory full.
Oh man, this is going to be a lot though. A lot of grinding to make sure it's out of the ground. These heavy armors. I don't think those ones should be, but I have to.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, inventory full. I don't care at this point.
Inventory full.
I want to get this thing out
Inventory
of the ground.
full. Inventory 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 full. Inventory, full.
There's a few of them. I
Inventory, full. Inventory, full.
Jeez.
Inventory, full.
Heavy armor large grid is so big. I don't think these...
Inventory, full.
Yeah, I don't think these will actually interfere, but I'm still cutting them out of there because they're sticking underneath.
Inventory, full.
I assume
Inventory, full.
the cargo drop
Inventory,
box from
full.
the big
Inventory,
cargo that
full.
with all of the good stuff in it is not there.
Inventory, full.
Just the base itself.
Inventory, full. Inventory, full.
Jeez. I know we've got the cargo space, but seriously, I do believe we got to cut all of these
Inventory,
thrusters out of here.
full. Inventory, 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 full.
I suspect my inventory might be full.
Inventory, full.
Nope, that didn't work.
Inventory, full.
All right.
Inventory, full. 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 Inventory, full.
Alright, I'm back.
Energy low.
Oh, you're flying all the way back, huh? Just remember that thing has a long stopping and lowering distance. I did publish that blueprint, so you should just be able to look me up or look for Phoenix Scout.
Inventory full.
I bet those are not going to interfere. At least on this side, they look tall enough.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
It's every 2 blocks.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
I wonder if that's close enough. I wonder if I can carry this thing. Again, what's the worst that can happen? I have to start over? To build the looter again, maybe make it better or nicer or just generally better looking or something? I mean... I mean, this one's... Okay, no, I cannot carry this. I cannot carry this one. It's basically all it's basically all heavy, unless I've just not off the ground yet. I thought it said it converted to ship. Alright, am I gonna mess up my okay, so this one has a bunch of bottom thrust still. It might be able to carry itself if we can put some side and back thrust on it and a cockpit. I'm still interested in getting this one because it's worth quite a lot. Now, if we're on the moon or in space, I'd totally be able to carry it. Well, it has lifting thrust, so I guess I could merge block to it and then fly it. Let's see. This is going to be dangerous as hell, but still. Oh, you need steel plate to build a merge block. I don't know if you know that or not. Pro tip. Actually, if I do that, then I can, oh yeah, I was gonna mark those anyway. Yep. Question is, where do we do it? That feels like a really good spot. Or maybe up here. The blast door blocks. Nope, can't do it on blast door blocks. So we're back to this side. Why are you even attached? That suggests that this piece is actually still a station, even though it claims to be a ship. Alright, but those are what's? Those are blast doors. So we actually need, we're going to do this right. Alright, let me go back to wherever I was with the merge block. Maybe it was... There we go. I guess we throw the merge block on right under here. Actually, he was telling me, he was like, he thought of you when he did it. course, we're all foggy again, which is annoying. But I might as well get used to it. Survival, Apex Survival's coming. Not what I wanted to do. What just went flying, I wonder. My turret just flew off when I merged on. My turret just disappeared. Oh, and we lost something. Did we lose an empty space? We lost a couple of plate blocks. Well, that turret had, oh man, I spent a lot of money building that. I'll just take the actually expensive bits. Maybe I should have like hinge locked or something. But it basically blew up the rotor. Didn't actually damage anything terribly except for the rotor and a couple of plates. Well, I will get in this and see if I will be able to go look. I feel like we're still actually stuck to the ground though. Guys, yeah, these guys. Why did it tell me it converted it to a ship if it was still in the ground? I may have been able to pick it up without the merge block shenanigans.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory, full. Inventory, full. Inventory, full.
Okay, no. That's, it's also not picking up. Okay, but I'm still not listed. Still not actually like a part of it. No, there were 10 gyroscopes in this thing. Where did all those gyroscopes go? This thing actually like 2 ships. Or something. We got a lot of hydro thrusters on here. Alright, I guess we're gonna do the thing. Where did all those gyroscopes go? That's what I want to know. Okay, it wasn't actually one ship. It was like 2 pieces. Right, but how fast are we going through hydro now? Fast. Still going to be worth quite a bit, but not quite as much with those pieces missing. using a lot of hydro. What are you doing back at base, Max? Alright, which merge block is it? Two things to do. I guess we gotta build a new PMW eventually, but where is that? There it is. But if I'm gonna be merging this stuff and it's gonna be wonking out like that, maybe I need to not have a PMW. Forget why I decided to go with for autocannons. I don't know which is which again. And we need a auto unlock time, which I need to configure from here where I can actually know what 10 and 20 means. Because 300 is that. I'll leave my thrusters on for this because I'm gonna buy hydro. Okay, now we're tagged with this large grid 488 thing. That's it. That's all the hydro they got. I like this base better. Oh, I got renamed to Large Grid 488. Okay. $56 million. So we go to our calculator. The change is operating costs. If you're wondering why I'm just doing 56 million. Alright, so 14 million tithe. Which will leave 42, which is 21 each. 14 and 21. It's 35. Are you around, Max? I'm not hearing you if you're... Hey, what? Oh, he took a break? Okay. Okay, cool. Okay. Well, if for some reason we don't reconnect, I'm putting his money into the his share of this money into the faction bank along with everything else, since it's the easy way to transfer. He can just withdraw it, rather than doing some ATM thing. But I need to get right. That. All right. What else was I doing? Just had a thing. Right. I'm going to do it as two different deposits, though. There should be a... Be a way to put memos on your deposits. We'll have to wait for that to get more hydro and hope we don't need to use it too much. And now it's time to just go find out if this thing is armed the hard way. I'm just going to give it a quick flyby at an angle. Are those guns or what? I can't tell. What are you? No, those aren't guns. Those are something else. This is an interesting thing, whatever it is. I can't see any guns. What I can see is a pair of jump drives. This looks like a jump platform. I don't see any guns on it. If anybody watching sees guns on it, really shout out now, because I'm going to actually just connect this thing. This is 2 jump drives and a microphone. Alright, so this deserves to be dug out, actually. This is like basically intact. Let's dig that out and keep it, kind of thing. And hopefully we can dig it out. Right, so tell me you have a proficient drill. Or elite drill. There we go. There's our elite drill. Buy a couple of them. Yep. Might as well buy a couple of them. Elite grinder? Yep. Alright. Well, Max is going to have to change his pants when he sees this thing. I'm going to put the rest of these tools away. Okay, none of you are going in there. Because I need... I need IDGs on this thing so that it actually empties the cargo terminals out. Those, one of those, two of those, and the golden. Yes, this is amazing. This is the thing that Max wanted me to build at one point during my last playthrough. Look at it. This is like a go into space platform, and yeah, being able to go do stuff without your jump drives, and then come back and I do need to hack it though. Is that it? It looks like it. And what are you? You're just a cockpit. Wait, what do we got here? Oh, I gotta hack these too. Alright, so now it should be mine. This is like a jump base. And it's like pretty much intact. There's a few things that need some repairs. Oh, including the jump drives. So we're going to need like 2,000 superconductors right off the bat. But we've got 2 full tanks of hydro. It looks like it wants more hydro or more cargo. Maybe cargo, probably. And yeah, it's going to want some repairs. But anyway. a little piece of snow. I may have to kill that thruster so this thing becomes we could take this full of parts and go set up a base anywhere the hell we wanted. I may have to kill these thrusters and put them back on. Apparently they have snow in them. Yeah, I'm probably gonna have to.
Energy low.
are some modules on there. Obviously, another maybe 2 batteries in a cryo chamber would go there. Obviously, you don't need another ore detector, and it has an antenna. Let's not waste our fuel. It'll be a lot of work to rebuild these thrusters. But I don't want to try to take this thing and blow it up. So I think I'd rather rebuild the thrusters. And we won't need to make those things because we can just take the monies. Alright, do you have a spare pair of underwear somewhere? Because you're going to need them once you see this thing I just found. I am digging out a jump base, mostly intact. But it's actually quite beautiful. Although we're going to have to rebuild all of the hydro thrusters, basically, because they have snow inside of them. And if I try to turn it into a ship, it's either not going to turn into a ship, or the snow is going to blow up the hydro thrusters, which will blow up the 2 full hydro tanks that are on the thing, and probably is a broken one as well. And it's just not going to be a good thing. So we gotta just, I want to keep this thing. I did blueprint it already, but it's blueprinted in its broken state. So there's 21 million in the faction bank that's yours, and that's after the faction's share of 14 million. It was 21 million each plus 14 million for the faction. It's like 57 million, 56 million. And I generally keep fractionals I keep the fractions for operating costs. So it was 56 million something 100,000 blah blah blah. That extra 100,000 blah 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 is my operating costs. So how's that thing fly after all? Now that you've flown it around. But it's also a lot of heavy armor toward the front and the top. Less in the rear and less on the bottom, although it does have a little on the bottom. Ah, right on. We needed something to take the heat off, and I lost my PMW recovering this wreck, so, and I'm sure it's been garbage cleaned by now anyway. There's no point going. It's unpowered. But, well, I ground off the autocannons. I'll just build a new one. Maybe go a little bit less psycho on the autocannons. Yep, I'm gonna have to grind off like what looks like maybe 20 large hydro thrusters and then put them back on, because I can't get in here to dig it out anyway. See, 1, 2, 3, 4 by 4, 16 large hydro thrusters. Yeah, there's still ice in here. I guess maybe I'm damaging the thing, but no, I'm gonna have to grind them off. Yep. Well, it had about 10, and then I put 14, so that makes sense.
Energy low.
Why are my thrusters still on? I thought I turned those off. I know why I'm down to 43, because I left my engines on. Even though everything was charged. Alright, so we still gotta go get in here. Oh no. Somebody's spawning something in or blowing something up or something. Huh. Alright, well, wow, that should be okay. Gotta do some repairs on this. Well, a lot of times it's like SPRT crashing their ships or something spawning in. Yeah. Or a wreck spawning in wrong. Don't give me that. I know I have it. I'm not really 100% happy with the fact that it's only connected by those 2 bits. But I guess that's what they intended. I just don't see anywhere else you could attach it. I think that's why it's attached that way. Alright, what are you? You're short some power cells. You're short your superconductors. Hopefully I can pick this thing up without too much help from itself. It appears to be just oh, I'll spend money to fix it, so that's not a problem. Yeah, I don't like to use them. I am happy that they do cost the additional power or hydro, and that it's not just a complete hack. I'm trying not to use them in general, but like for whatever. Okay, if I cut that off, oh man. Really gotta figure out how do you get a hat. And Hat, if you need me to move the UFO, let me know, because it's not, I would like to get it connected to the base, I think, as kind of a semi-movable, but mostly usually just connected thing. Like, we can move it if we wanted to, but it would normally just be connected and be kind of a part of the base. I mean, that's four large refineries with yield modules, 2 more assemblers, storage, etc. So, although it's definitely not conveyed to your standards. Yeah. There you go. All right. Is that your ultimate goal, Hat, is to build the Plex in a survival game? You might want to consider custom suspension if it's a rover. There's yeah, right on. So Splitsy does a thing. In one of his playthroughs, he made a massive wheel out of a whole bunch of wheels somehow. That was like a really weird thing. But there's another one, not Splitsy, that has some sort of custom suspension setup where it drives flat even over seriously bumpy terrain. Alright, do I really need... Anybody have experience digging things out? Is this land going to... This bits of... Are these bits of snow inside my hydro thrusters going to... blow them up? Because the way this thing is built right now, if I cut a thruster off, I lose at least 2 other devices with it. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna chance it. I think this is Space Engineers. Okay, we need the regular box. Oh, I think I can lift it. At least I'm sure I can lift it with multipliers. But it's not about using their hydra. I don't think it's going to interfere with that. I think it's just going to remain attached to the ground, even though I've dug it out on all sides. I think that ground material inside the thrusters is going to act like it's part of the ground because of how voxels work. I do know that if I am careful, I may be able to connect everything if I'm really... I'm sure I've got enough stuff. You gonna come back and do anything with this salvage facility? Right. I find a big lid on the grind pit helps prevent things from flying around when you're grinding, by the way. The video I watched on tomorrow's update is apparently apparently we're gonna have
low.
issues with ouch.
Fuel critical.
Yeah, thanks. Fuel critical. You should give me more warning on that. Being outside so much is going to be hard. Wait. Why? Oh, because that tank's empty. Well, it's definitely on. Why are you not connecting? Weird. So hopefully convert to station or convert to ship is not possible. Yep. It happened. The whole thing's gone. Fucking blew it up. Alright, well, I managed to keep one battery. There's still some stuff on it, and one of the hydro tanks, but everything else is dead. But I have the blueprint, so I'm just going to put a projector on it and self-project.
Inventory full.
Yep.
Inventory full.
I hope they have more hydrogen for sale soon.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Inventory full.
Right, so the answer is it's not good to have
Inventory full.
Thrusters, snow inside your thrusters.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Yeah, that's good enough. Alright, so I'm disconnected. Yeah, back one. Okay, but why is it still not? About the same work as grinding down all of those thrusters and putting them all back. So I guess this works out. Question is, can I build it? Will they come? I probably need to put the landing gear back on first so that it actually sits. Or should I just hit all of these? Alright, so even though the auto unlock time was not on, it was still on. Where'd all my tools go? I didn't die. I don't think I died. Okay, weird. I seem to have died. So where's my body? Oh.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Oh, and you're going to be really low on hydro now. $3,000 kiloliters. That ought to be enough. Right, I lost the whole thing, by the way. Even the bits that I had retained. Well, that's more than I had. Now we just have to wait the 5 minutes. Solar, I think. So with our experience of trying to print that small grid ship, I can use steel plate, interior plate, and construction comps and get the frame for everything attached, and then use a projector and build it again. But what I think I might do is, I think so, yeah. I certainly have a ton of stuff in my cargo boxes. And I know I bought elite tools, but if I set myself up for elite tools and then lose them in my next assault or my next accident, then I may just, then I'll have to go set myself up again. I'm not even gonna bother trying to get this stuff. But I will continue to attempt to at least recover this stuff, what's left of it, since parts is parts.
Inventory full.
But yeah, that projection experience we had was that it needed to have at least a frame like this of the item. In order for it to print. It wasn't doing good on the repair function otherwise.
Inventory full.
It wasn't letting me build off blueprints, basically. Although maybe if it were projecting onto itself, it might do differently. But I'm just gonna, it's large grid and it's a rather simple design even though it's complex. If that makes any sense. I think we finally lost our connection, so I can actually do stuff again. So with my 24% hydrogen, I either need to go find another trade station 36K away, or I need to go get this wreck over here. I just don't want to ditch my, there's a dead or dying trader. But if I want to hack it, I don't want to ditch my, I don't want to mess up my rep with the trade facilities. Although I do know the admin of this server, so if that did happen, maybe they could fix it for me. Ship. I think it's not that. I think that's the remains of the previous one. No, that's the ship. To you, bud. $19. Am I still rolling heavy? Don't shoot me. Oh, that's Clang. Wow. I think it's an Avmo ship, but what it does have is an absolute metric something ton of other stuff. Well, maybe not that much, but it's got a bunch of stuff. I think it lost its store block though. All right. And it's still a ship, so that's good. Right, so if I cut all this fun stuff out, I don't know if maybe I want to not be friends with Clang Industries, because those are like piñatas.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Well, yeah, I mean, I have to wait for them to go down. If I were attacking them and dropping them, or flying up and landing on them and a Hydro Man taking them over, that would definitely be attacking. But the rewards are pretty big. Right. Oh, just get rid of a whole bunch of this stuff. 'Cause what I really want to do is just a collector is just connect up to this cargo chunk and call that good. I think that speed module's there just for looks. Nope, there's an assembler. It's not in good shape, but it's there. There's a lot of batteries on here. Right, so if I put a connector maybe right there? No, that's... Look at all the batteries. We gotta get at that loot somehow. Oh, I gotta hack this connector. No? Somehow I'm gonna hack it anyway.
Inventory full.
Alright, I gotta go put stuff in though. Nope, thrust multiplier is 0. This one doesn't have an auto unlock.
you go 9K on 9% hydro. I feel like maybe not, but well, 9% of 2 large tanks. So okay, that was 8%. When I get to like 4%, I'm going to need to land and figure shit out. Whether or not I've made it back to the hangar. And then they're just going to need to have more hydro. Right on. We're at 7. No, we're on another place on the planet. We're about 30K from the base. Maybe 40K. Yeah, we're just gonna have to well, we've got this thing can go up there, no problem. Once we dump. Although, actually, I'm gonna build that. I'm gonna build that jump base. So you shouldn't. There shouldn't be any trouble getting anywhere once that's built. We're fully space worthy and have a 4K. A 4,000 kilometer range with that. It's probably those brawlers. I don't know why it's just all brawlers, but over there, but it's just all brawlers over there. Problem is that I'm really, really heavy. Of course, in the 5 minutes that it takes this thing to unlock, I'm going to run out of hydro. But if I let it fall off this, it's going to blow up. Yeah, I'm really sketched about drills on this thing recently. I made some, and when I launched, I blew up. That's how I blew up my last one. Is I just had drills on it, and when I took off, they were dead. But I have to wait 5 minutes. Although what I think I'm going to do is throw a printer, not a printer, well yeah, kind of a printer. I'm going to throw a projector on the back of this thing that projects a merge block and a connector. And then I'm going to disconnect from this base, I'm just going to drop the merge block and leave the connector connected, and it'll disconnect whenever it freaking decides to disconnect, and it'll fall off, land on the ground, and it'll despawn eventually. That's the answer. I'm going to go do that right away. And I will do the drill thing, but I'm sketched about the drills because of the aforementioned issues around having it launch and blow up. Yeah, I don't think I have the room for that. But I have this like connection grid on the back that if I'm lucky, yeah, I don't have any ice. Yep. Yep. $7 million. I guess you were here for that. Let's see. Where's the backspace? Yep. Okay. Yeah, totally. Ah, I think it was 2.6.
2,600,000 in the bank for you. This thing's gonna run out of hydro before it freaking actually disconnects. Oh, there we go. Alright, we're gonna go over here and we're gonna build some sort of drilling thing to just get the ice. So right, if we put a drill just back there, I have more than one.
Yeah, well, remember that that 6 thruster deal on was on the moon, and you're probably going to need quite a few more to do it in gravity. You should put signs up. Alright, well that's busy doing that. It's time to make the detachable connector, which I'm not sure how I will do with retaining conveyor. How do you do that? How am I going to do that? Oh, it's going to have to be connectors on both sides. Okay, I get it. Right. So we have a connector and a merge block, which luckily is in the same right, and then we need a connector there. Never gonna lose shit again. Okay, that actually connects. I don't need this top connector anymore. Right. So I have, there we go. Right. A merge block and a merge block. Oh, but those, yeah, it's two connectors. It's going to cost me two connectors to land. It's going to cost me two connectors to connect to the trade stations, is what I'm saying. Each time. Alright, so we unlock perma connector, unlock perma merge, and we lose a merge block and two connectors each time I connect. But I can disconnect whenever I want to. Wow, we're really going through the ice. Alright, well with that, That's a workshop berth with a couple of minor modifications, like getting rid of Pam and adding auto level and that sort of thing. Alright, so I hope that doesn't blow up from that distance. Because I want to... Good. Didn't. Need welders or a welder anyway. Might as well not give up these components. you gonna stay on there? Yeah, you are. Okay. I've done similar to that. You actually put welders on a rotor underneath them, and the welders spin around underneath the grinders, and then it repairs the grinder pit without having to use 4 billion welders. Right, so then we get our drills out somewhere. Actually, this seems like a fine place to have drills where I'll get rid of the other place. What? Give me that. Okay, there we go. Shear inertia tensor on. Shear inertia tensor on. Make this thing rigid, please. Why did they make that configurable anyway? Was there some deal where people didn't like it? Or is it the shear inertia tensor? Because that being a thing you have to turn on is new to me. Why are my guys not locking anymore? Oh, because I know what happened. I was having an issue where I needed them to be all unlocked right now. But I needed to be locked now. I want this to actually be up a little bit still. I will automate all of this at some point, but or make it Yeah, actually, it's a good policy to put signs in. Actually, the rotor doesn't really help. Make this actually work the way I was imagining, I would need two things. Are you actually going to make it work, or are you going to pull some little fucking... Well, I think the spacing works. I was hoping to get away with fewer drills. I mean, this is actually probably working just great. If you look at how much ice we've got. Nothing in boxes yet. We need a third hinge. Or an additional hinge maybe here. Well, I think we're actually getting into ice now. Yeah, it would need to actually go out and down rather than because this top layer of ice is rather like the sand. This isn't like an ice lake, and you know when you're in certain spots and you dig out, you start digging out, and you've got this layer of sand which has got very little stone in it, and then you hit the actual stone and you start getting a lot more. That's what this top layer is like. Well, this one plunge is just going to serve us while we rebuild it for proper usage. Because we're still at 2%.
Inventory, full.
Alright. I need the piston on this bar as well. Except that ain't gonna work, because that's gonna interfere there. So we start with a hinge. But I also want it to be foldable. You come out, you lock down to an ice lake or whatever. And then, oops. So is that forward
Fuel,
and
low.
this one down?
Fuel, critical.
I think we have ice. There were 3 in there. I did have a spot where I said I could fit 2 things. Isn't that, oh, but that's not going to connect up properly. Alright, so this is really, the drill was kind of an emergency thing. This is really asking too much to have it constantly be capable of that. I just used a lot of hydro to do some stuff. But what we want to do is set up a very temporary thing. That ought to be enough. Let's actually give it some support. And give me another projector. Wow, it actually just bang right on the proper money. Alright. I did have the hydrogen engines on for a minute, and that, but no, what used all my hydrogen is I cranked the thrust multiplier up to like 3x or so. Yeah, I'm pretty well versed in building drill rigs. I just don't actually want this ship to have a drill rig permanently. I just needed to get enough hydro. Like, nothing's using my hydro right now. Everything's off. It should just be filling the tanks. It's just that it's 2 large tanks. But they're not being filled for some reason. So 2 kiloliters a second. Like at this point, I just want those hydros to get me enough to get me back onto this connector after I wait long enough that they actually have a decent amount of hydrogen here, so that I can get enough to go to the next place. Yeah, 2.9 now. I need them to have like 300 or 400. But in the meantime, we can get to work on the other thing. If I can get this thing back to base, I can basically yoink 3 tanks full of hydrogen off the base. Hopefully you've got a whole bunch of ice stored up. So that you can refill them. There it is. Jeez. I want up there. Probably good enough. If I can get this thing built, I can build an actual, like, full-on extendable drill rig on top. That actually, like, goes out and plunges like a 10 drill thing, but my hydro engines are off. Let's see that in slot 1. Oh, this thing is incomplete. It's going to get another box, and probably 3 is probably good enough, assuming. Now, as I understand the concept, what I get from this concept is that you would actually, because it has an ore detector, so you would actually go park it near an asteroid, disconnect from it with your mining ship, and mine into it, and then it would charge its own batteries with ice and fill the tanks. Although what I'm not seeing is very many H2O2 gens. We got 1 and 2. So it probably needs to be expanded to have more. But it also needs to be we want to build as built and fixed. Nope, that doesn't work for some reason. And it's not even... Oh, I think it's loading the existing ship, which doesn't have a blueprint, or at least not one loaded. Geez, now I have to realign it. I'll leave that for now. Checking. You're on, you're on, you're on, you're on. $500 a second. Yeah. And each of those tanks is getting half. It's gonna be a while till I can fly this thing anywhere. But we can continue working on this project. Where are you? took all my steel plate already. Oh. That helps. It keeps taking all of my plate instead of the one piece that I want to give it. You know what, if I use this welder, that'll happen less. Hey man. Yeah. Interior plate. I don't see how so since I'm building the corner light. Yeah, I still have plenty. Steel plate. Wonder if I can even afford this thing. Yeah, I should actually build at least temporarily, you're right. That might actually feed my stuff right out of ice. Now, can this thing actually hold this thing up? No. Why is my power usage? Why is my power off? I mean, it's not like it's trying to power all that, right? Those are off. All right, man. Have a good one. Well, we seem to have gone through all that ice already. With no ice, we might as well turn off all the power usage. I hear... Why are these on now? I didn't... Oh, you know what? I did an event controller. That's what's using it all up. I did an event... There's an event controller in here, I think. At least there is one on my other base. Nope, no event controller. They just
Fuel
decided
low.
to turn on for some reason.
Fuel critical. Fuel critical.
Why aren't you doing your thing? Thank you. There. Now if we can just get it into there. Ah. Come on. Come on, you got this. Come on. Are we like catching on something? Am I not allowed in there or something? Wonder if that's close enough. I do not have enough credits to build that. Really? It really costs that much? Let's see what I paid 38 grand for. Nothing. Alright, well that is actually technically built. Let's see if we can afford just our Atmo rig. How? I have plenty of credits. I have 28 million. Looters should not cost 28 million for that many drives, but alright, let's cut those out. And those. And that one. And use a smaller set. Oh, I see. I'm partly in the thing, so I can't do what I wanted to do, but we can do something like this. 4 of those. and then just a couple of those. Can we afford that? Okay, well, we can't afford that. And we just spent 20 million on that. Okay, why can't you? That should be buildable. I should at least build those three things. I bet this is using a ton of so it would be nice to see just how much it actually costs. This should 100% build. Because that's connected. Oh, that's off. That, okay. But that doesn't quite reach. I just can't afford it. Oh. It ought to build that and that. Well, this is a rather expensive solution. What are you still building? There's nothing for you to be building. So you're done. So I could sell a whole bunch of parts. Because I can go get more parts really easily. Like gravity comps. They apparently don't buy the NATO mags. Huh. Oh, yeah. Okay, but let's buy hydro while we can. It's already going through it though. What could possibly still be using? Something is pulling 5.3 liters a second. Okay, that's... Are we... I'm so confused. What uses hydro that's not a thruster? And really, this is just in case I want to leave sooner than previously. But otherwise, yeah, it's all good. But I'm down to 9 million. I can't build that thing. What I was thinking of doing was actually just building it at home with parts I have at home. If I can find it again. Because I could build out this connector. Don't give me that. I know I have the connectors. This thing must cost just an insane amount. More than 28 million. So with the connector, I could connect to it and carry it home on those Atmo thrusts, maybe. Do I have anything that's like super duper expensive? Will they buy autocannon mags? Nope. What's the most expensive thing here? That I might have gravity comps. I think I sold all my gravity comps. Yep. Hmm. Right, so if I can carry this, if I can even find it again. I can carry it home and build it at home. Because I want to put another two large boxes on it. Get some of the missing stuff worked out. And then maybe figure out a nifty mining ship to go with it, since that's really about mining. But this thing, oh, we've dropped off. Cool. It means I don't have to rebuild that right now. What I can do while I wait for more hydro is make sure all this stuff is actually named up properly. Perma-merge. This one needs. Alright, those other ones, I will need a name on this, but I'll need to go out of the area and drop it and be able to pick it up again. Inventory rotation is complete. Let's buy some more hydro. Oh, you have to be connected to buy hydro. Jeez, this is ridiculous. Ready to connect. Not ready to connect. I'm not even outside the circle yet. Oh, come on. Oh, we don't even have enough power. I guess that's 3 batteries. That's what gets you 3 batteries.
Inventory full. Inventory full.
Alright, everything's named up. I think I can actually work on the timer block. No delay. So perma merge. Nope. Gets turned on. Then we turn on the welder. And then we connect when we lock the perma connector, which probably won't work because it won't have printed yet. The radius for repairing and scrap sales doesn't actually require it to be inside the safe zone. It's actually bigger than that. I'm not sure how much bigger, but it's bigger than that. I just tend to use the safe zone because I can bang things down without worrying about destroying them. Actually need like another couple of timers. If I go out and I unlock this and I turn that off,
Inventory full.
and we trigger the timer. See that it doesn't actually have time to lock. But instead of multiple timers, let's throw an event controller. Once we acquire some interior plate. When it's ready, we lock it. Oh, well, that would help. I will need a timer for that still.
Inventory full.
That didn't work though. Why are you still red? Why are you off? Yeah. See, it's just automatically connected. So again, we turn that off and disconnect that. We turn that on and that on. And it builds it. Whoa, close. And it's connected. And it's not that terribly expensive. I'll never get them back because
Inventory full.
the whole point is you can't grind in that area, so but as long as we keep the stuff for them in here, we're all right. So that's a cool little thing. Now we got a seat of power. That's a half. However, I still need one more. I still need one more timer block, which could actually maybe fit in there. Nope. Well, yeah, that's fine. But, yeah. Another timer. And then two more batteries. Do I have any other spots on the inside here that could take that? I don't think I'm going to blow up my ship by opening that up. So another battery there. That's a merge block. Another battery there. And then what? And we put another battery there too. All right. I don't have the power cells for these batteries, so I definitely have to go buy them. Nope, shipyard terminal, looter. heck are you? There you are. This thing has gotten crazy. Alright. These atmos are just temporary. I shouldn't have left myself in a situation where I was spending so much time around here that I let my tanks go down. I should have sucked the freaking hydro out of the tanks from that thing when I had it attached. That would have been a really smart thing to do. Really wish you could buy energy from these guys. I would, buy a battery dump. But speaking of which, we're locked down. I had talked about building this other thing, which just does not go anywhere. Alright, so we cannot go any lower than that. But we could go, let's see. I talked about how, right. One with merge blocks. That's not actually what I wanted, but I'm gonna spin it just so it works the way I think of it working. And that tick should be the direction that up goes. Or the opposite of that. But that's fine, because that's actually what I wanted. This will be down. It'll be up. Right, so we can get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 probably, if we're really cool about it. Or actually, do we really need that many back thrusters? Maybe. Alright, so then we have, I should never go the other way. So, up is always 0. Right, so then we have our merge block again, because merge blocks are actually awesome. How's that going to work? Because I don't think that's going to slap down right. Oh yeah, well, it'll go bulk, I think. Let's hope it does. Let's find out while it's small. Yep. Alright. So with that like that, then we throw something that's usually right on the first screen. But apparently not this time. We won't be able to fit more than one, though, sadly. No, I don't think I did. I think that was a complete waste of time. I'm just playing with this because why are you guys not locking? You should lock. Or maybe that blows things up. I think I recall having to cut the hinge off to get it to lock. Oh well, idea dead. But not everything works. Alright, what are the parts you need for a merge block and 2 connectors? I'll need to figure that out so I can set this welder to special. Which next time I connect to an IIM, it will suck, which I have on the UFO. It will suck that out of there. What are y'all doing on hydro anyway? $3,000 AL. Not really enough. How far do we get, do you think, with what I've got on me? Do you think this thing can carry that thing back to base? Which I haven't been back to in a while. Minutes. Connector base locked. Why do I suddenly have hours? somehow there's still something that's like using the hydro even when the engines aren't on. Probably should have built this elsewhere, but now that it's together, I don't really want to I have notoriously always had problems going over the mountains for some reason. And I'm not sure why. I think I try to go over too high and I end up... Yes, Kiki Purr, yes. Anyway, I try to go over the mountains too high and lose my thrust power or something. Because if I'm going to crash this thing, it's going to be going over a mountain.
Guaranteed. But if I feel like I'm gonna being dragged down or something, I think I'll just drop this thing. Be like, bye. Yeah, but I don't want this to be a big mobile base that does things. The whole point of this thing was to go out and loot stuff and come back. I just spent too long out. Like, and they're building the grinder pit right now, or that's next on the list or something, so when the grinder pit is built, not everything will be sold. We'll come back and we'll bring a lot of the wrecks back and drop them in the grinder pit to generate parts rather than money. Although I still will be generating money, especially once I get to space. I think scrapping is easier in space. Is that the base? Yeah, I think that is the base. Time to start stopping. We're gonna have to do an elevation stop though. I cannot see my level though. There it is. Our descent is not bad. It's coming to a stop, that's the hard part. There's my good old UFO. How I have missed you, sir.
A bit of a hole in the ground though. Oh, good. Okay, where do I plug in? Because I don't have enough hydro on the UFO. I've only got a couple of small tanks on there. My parts list ever get populated? No, for some reason it's not playing nice. Okay, there's nowhere for me to actually get hydro right now. I'm gonna have to glom something on and use the bottom connector. Ah yes, the doom pit. There is no layer of ice. There's no second layer of ice down here. Hey, Hat, are you still actually on? No. You are in a cryopod. Sorter ice drill to intake. Sorter vehicle 1. So far, my vehicles are a little bit bigger than this base was necessarily intended to be. Ah. Cool thing is that the weight of this thing is empty, is already here. I like that about space engineers. See how much of this we can build. Or at least get started on building it. I swear I said give me 2 of those. This thing can generate its own power and start charging its batteries as soon as I get the batteries built, which is 1, 2, at least 4, 3, 4. Probably believe there might be more batteries around somewhere. There might be a couple on the nose. Well, I wonder what was there, or what was supposed to be there. Huh. Oh, the batteries go in there now. That's a lot of work. just have trouble finding the actual spawn spot for these in the list. Okay, I no longer have a helper. For some reason. Repair. Drone bot. Production. Good work, gentlemen.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Or we even bother with those. What are you guys even building? There should be nothing to build over here.
Energy low.
Oh, one of these. Oh. Not on point. No one else is using the ship. Oh, the bot is using the ship? Did I make a crew bot? Okay, I must have accidentally made a crew bot. Okay, why are you getting in the ship, mate? You are totally not a crew bot. I swear I made a pair of repair bots. Hello, yo foot. How's it going? I didn't mark those. I don't think, anyway. I'm kind of at a loss for what I did mark. Cryo chamber, okay. So you and you. And we might as well get these and we'll finish that. What parts do I have? Apparently I have parts for a cockpit. Part of the refinery. I guess I don't have 20 detector comps. Maybe I have 20 detector comps in here. Well, I have 4. That's not 20. What are all my parts for? Must be for the refinery. Did you make 10 or did you make... I'm just not sure what it is that battery stuff. Okay. Still with the tubes, man. Give me the tubes. Really? Somehow still one short. Once we get that, it should suck everything out of my Yep. Probably could have standed to put it a little closer, but I was hoping to be able to plug that thing into this, but I guess not.
Energy low.
I think it's huge, but it's actually not as many blocks as you might think. wish I had not blown the original one up. That would have been super nice.
Energy critical.
That's going to be defunct tomorrow. Not going to be able to use that. I don't think I actually had that on the build plan, but oh well. thinks everything was withdrawn, but was it? This. This. And this. What I really should do is go get some ice real quick. Oh, we need to get that filled too. So, if you missed it, this thing was a wreck that I found that was almost entirely intact. In terms of the stuff that was actually there. It's a jump platform. It's got 2 jump drives on it, a bunch of storage and hydro and stuff. But I dug it out, but I didn't dig it out good enough. And it blew up. But I did get a blueprint of it before it blew up. So then I wanted to make it with by paying the trade operators to build it, but it apparently cost more than 28 million, which is what I had. Instead I spent most of that 28 million adding Atmo thrust to this vehicle so I could get it home, since it's got a hydro leak somewhere that's using up hydro and I just don't know what. Right. I think, oh, apparently didn't think I got that. Start working on the antenna. What? Kind of
Fuel
hoping
low.
the bots would.
Fuel critical.
Kind of hoping the bots would work properly and would weld up all these large thrusters for me. rolled over my power cable. There. Yeah, only 16 of these. Alright, well, maybe while I'm busy doing this stuff, I should switch to these on just one thing so I'm not building. Probably have a bunch of the parts in that thing. Ought to like actually work on emptying this thing. Alright, we got about hour 15 and then the server reboots. So less than an hour 15 because I want to give it at least 5 minutes to settle down without doing anything. Like get myself in my clone chamber and wait till the save cycle has happened. Because I'll be the last one on the server. Because everybody else who plays on the server is more eastward. Yeah, I would have had to build these anyway, because if I had done the extraction right, I would have had to grind out each one of those, then dug out which would have involved dealing with everything that's attached, and then dug out the extra dirt out. Are you not connected? Oh, you're probably not actually wired in anywhere. Yeah. All the dirt that was inside the thrusters that I couldn't get at with the drill, and then replace them, and then taken off. We really did get a lot of parts today. Oh, it helps if you have something in the build planner. Those windmills are just temporary. Get the batteries charged up and charge batteries on that thing. Speaking of which, once we've got this built, we can look at it and figure out what was missing. I suspect there were 3 large cargoes and 3 hydro tanks. So it would be a large cargo and a large cargo. But if I could turn this into... Maybe I should add more hydro instead of cargo. And how many large cargoes do you really need? Okay, let's do 2 at a time. You can't get at anything from this side. It's right there.
Energy low.
I think I finished that. Yeah, white box. Huh. Alright, we're out of grids from the loot. We probably still have constant stuff. One large steel tube. The thing I'm still going to pay for is the jump drives. Once this thing is flyable, I'm going to go buy the jump drives from the Trade Operators Coalition. Otherwise I have to go mine a serious amount of gold and silver, or silver anyway, something. Probably gold and silver, I can't remember. Whatever it is, those jump drives take 1,000 superconductors each. We can actually continue. It's just grids? Oh, we're out of tubes now too. In that thing. But hopefully Hopefully I'm able to connect to the base and get hydro. Two thrusters left, and then we're... well, two large thrusters anyway. Put some of that stuff into the tank, so now I'm going to have to do something funky with my build planner. Alright, all large thrusters built. I have 5 large hydro tanks to fill. And I have to figure out what's leaking. What? Thank you. I know I started out building smaller stuff, but what I really wanted to do was get all of the biggest painful stuff out of the way. And maybe even start like figuring out how to get all the stuff built up. Jeez. Alright, so you are big and painful as well. And we leave the jump drives. Pretty sure power cells were in the production queue. So it should be replenishing.
Fuel low. Fuel critical.
Is the one running? It is, yeah. So why are you not sorting my bottles into their proper place? Oh, could it be because we have 66 of them? I wonder if that has anything to do with it. Okay. Oh, and that's full for some reason. All right. Components. Auto refill. Oh, you're not. Alright. Let's get all the full ones stacked up so that we can see which ones we need to having a tick problem. Yeah, that'll be a good transfer. There. I have no idea what I was building. Batteries. Battery. There's one back here. Yep. All right. battery. Catch a couple of you. I think I actually got that, but that's fine. I think this thing needs more batteries if we're going to be talking about charging jump drives. Right. Settler queues. We'll continue working on the queues real quick. Probably 200. Definitely 1,000 or more. Let's get those power cells set. Well, like 500. Not 4,000. 500. 500. That's probably good for now. Yeah. I need you first. Definitely 22. Definitely. Okay. Ow. Maybe we should go talk to the medical room. much our need for construction comps, but you and eventually we'll just be able to grab a big stack of steel plate. And that will finish it off. Sim speed is really taking a nosedive right now. That's because we're like 45 minutes from reboot. What? Fortunately, we won't be able to fly this thing until next time I get on, because the ice problem. Hopefully that vertical miner is... Well, maybe I should... hopefully everything's charged up. Maybe I should just grab a little cargo thing and go see about all the ice that's probably in that box over there, like 1,000K or something. Last time I looked at it, it was like 900K. Alright. I actually think we're gonna go more hydro. But we are gonna get another large box. What? Now it's just the jump drives and the ice. Alright, I suspect that that belongs there as well. And then we've got those 4 batteries and those 4 batteries. I'm not seeing anything actually missing. Although we are going to do one small change.
Inventory full. Inventory full. Energy low.
Alright, that feels better. Alright, so I think we should have another 17 hydrogens on this thing, honestly. I see a lot of pistons in my toolbar. And that's a battery and that's a block. So that should be a battery. And those two are batteries, yeah.
Energy, critical.
Right, we'll do the naming somewhere else. Some other time, I mean. I doubt anything went there. Alright, so it's just the jump drives. Why are you so full? Oh, you're not full. Alright. Go over to the iron hole. That ought to be fun. Set the auto leveler. Somebody changed. Okay. That is not cool. Ah, I see. Somebody changed it. Okay, I get it. Terrain clearing mode. I don't mind the change. I just need to know that it happened. off, and we can fly back, and we can put the ice in this thing somehow. I feel like it might be good to put some rack or something over this stuff. Okay, well, let's just sit her down. Pretty sure. She'll stand there. And let's find a way to get ice into this thing. That's kind of a bummer. Oh, this is the uncentered one. Well, that just means one of these will have a cap. Just for safety. Let's go another one just for safety. All right. I really kind of want the connector to be on the front, and I wouldn't actually care if the gonna blow all my ice. Thank you. Everybody stockpiles, and we'll even go run the UFO drills real quick. What I've got, this setup is a QOL control mechanics. So I'm just using my forward and back buttons and my up and down buttons to control the pistons and hinges on this drill setup. But I think we're actually just fine. I think we've got a lot of stuff. Let's turn those drills off. Yeah, we have a little bit of ice. Actually, one thing this thing is lacking is hydrogen storage. Would be nice. Oh, all those thrusters are on. Reset their names and give them a nice suffix, prefix actually. And this is like, okay, how heavy are you, I guess. But that's fine. Because with all the thrusters off, we shouldn't be. Okay, well, actually, naming them and grouping them does not turn them on and off. Alright, so now we're pretty solid. It would be nice to be able to get the ice from there to there without carting it. Although... we're basically out of time. Right. That really everything? I think, yeah. No, there's stuff above helm. Like a gyro. A couple of batteries. And the connector. Now I can see the connector. Yep. There we go. Oh, except I need this to be at bottom, because that'll be a lot easier. Oops. Okay, where's my box? Pretty sure I have a box on here somewhere. There we go. Wow. That ought to work. Except we want, let's make it silver. Right. This build we'll have to complete later, but where's that one? We want a recorder and is a recorder and a move. And whoops. Basic task. And a remote control. I think we need 2 of each, actually. Give me that. Can't withdraw 5 computers. Well, 2 each of those. Or maybe at least 2 each of the recorders. I don't remember. I have to go look this stuff up anyway. But I do know I'm going to need a couple batteries. I think 3 is probably a good number. Oh man. Oh man.
Inventory full.
Already on the rebuild. That's the back or the front. That's the front. I think we need 2 of those. I think we only need 1 move block though. And we do need the basic task. And maybe a couple of those too. So I'll add 2 of those. A bunch of timers, I believe. Possibly some event controllers. But we'll worry about that later. Because we still need our batteries on. Out here. And it's time to Leave the server. Well, it's time to get in the cryopod. Anyway. And just hang out. But I think that's about it for tonight. I might get on and do a little off-camera work, but I'm basically building a little drone that will carry ice out of my UFO over to the jump platform so that it can be processed into those tanks. Because it needs to be processed into those tanks, and there's no room on the UFO to do it. So yeah, and if I can have a little drone that just pulls ice and drops it, and pulls ice and drops it, that'll be good. And I'll have one set up. I'll set it up to a beacon on the jump platform, so that it can actually follow the jump platform around, and maybe even go get ice from base on its own. Although I need to make it a hydro, because the whole point of the jump platform is to jump, or hydro or ion, or a combination of atmo and ion or something. Although, as I understand it, exiting atmosphere, I've always done it with hydrogen. Exiting atmosphere with hydro and or with ion and atmo is possible. You kick in the ion when the atmos start failing, but I know it's kind of sketchy. So why is that antenna dish moving? Anyway, yeah, I'm just waiting for the server to reboot at this point, and then I'm gonna take off and go make food and take care of my meat suit a little bit, which I don't do enough. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thanks, guys. Catch y'all later. Speaking of which, Saturday is guaranteed to stream. Sunday is very likely, almost guaranteed, and the rest of the week I probably will stream, but it's not guaranteed. So keep an eye on my channel, and maybe I'll be on later on.